The squirrel worked too, but I think the mouse will be better. It's smaller. I feel awful though. I don't know what's wrong. Just my gut and head feel like shit. As soon as I go live, I'll never. I did it live. It came off. But you saw it. There was a fish for a second. Everyone saw it. In the middle of the night, even. Yama at night sucks. That's the first cast I've had without catching one. I think I should downsize my hooks. They're very large because I just threw them on a whim. That's a 4-aught. That's too small. That's pretty damn good, Juju. I'm so bad at this place. I love it here, but also I have this problem of I don't catch a fish and I want to wander. And I know I have spots that are good, but I'll catch 10 fish in a row, miss one, go wandering. That's a lot, Lackard. I wasn't thinking anything that long. I didn't even think that would be an option, is what I meant. I'd have to double check like what tickets cost and stuff. Yeah, they were catching ass on Chinooks. No, they did good, but the Chinooks kept biting them for me. I had another one grab it. I really liked the spoons because they caught a lot of variety. Um, the little spoons, Volkov little spoons, were doing really well too. I think I did like 800 silver or something like that, but I've been fucking around. Okay. Chat, I knew this would happen. You broke it. With the boat hitch. I mean, I didn't think about that either. This was all the surprise. I'd have to think about it. But probably just one. I don't think I could possibly afford more than one. And even one might be stretching it. But you're right, I don't have to Didney every day. I'm so mad. It's dark, Richard. Maybe they're more into squirrels over here. You know they're furries. Is there still a SeaWorld down there? You're welcome, Saucy. I just feel like shit and didn't feel like doing anything. I wasn't even going to go live till I started catching fish on a mouse, and I felt like the world needed to see that. I went 4 in a row. Morning, Juan. No, I haven't tried TFC yet. Hey, Rev. You're up late tonight. What happened? How realistic is this? It's very realistic. And you'd be very wrong that fish can't see anything. I troll at 3 miles an hour in the dark and get smashed by fish all night long on lures that don't glow. The best color actually for fishing at night is black. And it actually makes sense if you think about it, and it's the fact that black contrasts low light better. Squirrelfish. Yeah, really black. So because the water is so dark, when we look down in it, we think, oh my God, you can't see shit. But fish are looking up. 90% of the time a fish is eating, it's looking up. And natural light from above, black lures create a better silhouette against low light sky. The only time I use glow in the dark is in the ice. And that's because snow covered ice, there's no goddamn light. Squirrelfish. How exciting. They seem to always hit it on the paws. It's also why topwater works really good at night. Oh, I keep dropping them. I think it's just too big of hooks. But yeah, it's also why topwater works really good at night. Same deal. You make noise on top of that big contrasting body on top of the water. It isn't bullshit. There's even like a fishing meme saying that every color works well at night as long as it's black. Like it's a saying. Fishermen say it amongst each other, like tight lines. And, catch anything? You know, classic fisherman sayings. Tight lines! I've never actually heard anyone's... this year, first time I heard someone say tight lines. But I rarely hear the tight lines. Because where I fish, tight line fishing isn't actually very popular. That's why they call it fishing, not catching. So the only people who say that are people who suck at fishing. You can tell your dad I said that too, because he probably told you that. Supposed to get drunk in the woods? I feel like you picked the wrong place to fish. Woods have rivers. It's true. And lakes, I guess, technically. I just wouldn't call it in the woods if I was on a river. River trumps... This goes back to the poison venom subcategory thing, right? River trumps woods. I want to go buy more rats and squirrels now because I only have like the medium-sized one. I kind of bought on a joke. Your dad has a pond that he stocks, and sometimes it's just a bad day for fishing. No, that ain't true. That's not true. This is a lie. the, 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 there are days where fish are a little more difficult to get to bite, but there's never really a bad day. There's never a day you can't catch fish. That it's not like fish ever fucking unionize and decide today, boys, we ain't eating shit. Apparently, I don't have 1/0. I just have a fuck ton of 2/0. How is this possible? Not titanium, tungsten. As if this would matter on this giant dick of a squirrel. I don't even. I try to avoid tungsten because it's too much money to just fish with lead and deal with the consequences. I don't have to deal with them. That's future people's problem. Stop putting lead in the water. The eagles are back, dude. We there's too many of them, honestly. But this was the whole discussion last night, Calastigro. Someone, we won't name names, really wanted to buy a 2-inch tungsten cube, told me the price of it, and I lost my goddamn mind because I buy tungsten all the time in fishing, and it's dirt cheap in fishing. But when it's a fucking precision cube, it's ungodly priced. But yeah, Lacquered, on that topic, let me know like what options there are time frames. I don't want to do hurricane season. Not that I'm afraid of hurricanes. I just feel like every time I go during hurricane season, it ends up being a headache. But I also don't want to do fucking Jawgust, you know? It is the best availability. I thought maybe end of hurricane season. What's that, like November? Am I visiting Lacquert? I don't know if I'm visiting Lacquert. He's always said he never wants to meet me, so. Shortly before winter, yeah. October is like big swing of it, isn't there? I have surf fished before. Would like to again. The squirrel was doing better on the other side. I might go back over there. It's still dark though. God, you should have heard the awful things my ex-wife said when I was like, "Would you care if I took Alice back to Disney?" And then I had to explain the how I'm paying for it because I still owe her money. I could pay her back. I choose not to. We had Gavin go in the hospital, and there was a potential hurricane, and It was a whole big ordeal last time we went down. First time we went down, it just made traffic a nightmare. Said he'd never been bit. Yeah, dude, sharks don't really. They're not like the scariest thing on the planet. Maybe just like end of September, even. Because I'd rather it be a little hot than cold. Warning lead. I want to see something eat it. Can't see it way out there. Oh, something ate it though. It can be canine. It depends. So like, weather affects fishing tremendously. Air pressure affects water a lot. So it depends on the storm and the type of weather. There are people who'll be like, "Oh, it's so good in the rain," and that's because it can be exceptional in the rain. But some storms don't have the same pressure systems that others do. Um, it's a garbage fish, not even a good fish. I try not to fish in lightning storms just because I like not being struck by lightning. Yeah, I would say in general, before a storm usually is best, especially a storm. Small rains and stuff like that can have little to no effect. I know if you fish river systems, rain can really fuck up fishing too because it can make the water so muddy and fuck with oxygen levels in the water. But it can also do the opposite if you find good outlets and stuff like that because the high water levels wash down bait. I mean, you know, it's fishing. It's like anything else. There's about a condition for everything. All right, squirrel. You're kind of letting me down now. You were so good for a minute. Maybe I need to take you back to where you were a powerhouse. Just for a minute. Who cares about making money? God, I feel so shitty. I don't know what is up with me. But yeah, Lackard, explain to me somehow, some way, how I would even determine days, and then we'll go from there, eh? All right. I feel like I've offered you a lot of hand jobs, and I don't know that I'm going to follow through on any of them, as a heads up, you know? It's funny, it's like that time I offered to let a streamer lady stay in my hotel, and she felt the need that she had to tell me she wasn't going to fuck me. I feel like I got to tell you, Lackert. A free Disney trip doesn't equal sex. Maybe a hand job. That's a maybe. If you got a cute dick. You don't really want an answer to that question, I don't think, Lacquer, because that kind of sounds like super pedo. Not gonna lie. Did I like it? No, I didn't tell her that. I said, "Oh, that's sad that you have to tell me that," but I understand. A rainbow? No, a sharp-snouted lanach even. Still, that's exciting. Squirrel? Big squirrel plays? I want the smaller squirrel. If it wasn't like $100 to leave here. Actually, like if I was going to have told her anything, like in any other like, response to it, it would have been like, yeah, you're totally out of my league. I I feel like I'm pretty good at knowing what league I'm in, you know? I ain't trying to shop up. That's why you can't say that because that's almost flirting, you know? I don't want to do that. Because again, out of my league. I'll put my head down in shame. I can't believe Squirrel just caught a fucking pink sand. Is that another sharp snouted? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm about to change the game. Trendsetter. That might have been Kake. Squirrel's just fucking gone nuts. You really missed an opportunity there, Led. Squirrel's gone wild. I don't even remember where the fucking song Girls Gone Wild was from, but it was like some dumb, might have been one of my brother's fucking nerdcore raps, or I don't know. Is that another good fish? Can't see, the squirrel's too big. Another good fish? Wow, that's fucked up, Pistol. Have you tried a squirrel on Yama? It's a new meta. I'm just starting it. It's gonna be all the rage by tomorrow, though. One level away from Yama. Fuck, dude. That's... At least you got something to look forward to. Squirrel meta. 10? Oh, never mind. You got nothing to look forward to. It was Burbot. Who cares about Burbot? Oh, that's a chum. That's a disappointing chum. Funny enough, though, I had been fishing in there quite a bit with baitfish and wacky worm. There's a lot of whitefish in there. Who knew? You say that now, but we haven't even gotten to see its full potential yet. A sharp snouted or two and a dolly? This could be it. A pink salmon? I really feel like I need the smaller squirrel. This game just always loves the smallest version of every fucking lure. What was that fish? I think it's a chum. The squirrel really makes it hard to read them. The giant squirrel face. Oh, my ultralight's fucking smoked. Three Chinooks today, and I landed an 18-kilo one. I landed an 18-kilo Chinook while tying bracelets for my daughter that she made for her friends at school. And I spent the entire fight with it on red line and the pop-up over there saying, "You're practically out of line. Do something, idiot." Yeah, Burbot's is pretty soft. Yeah, I think they recommend grease really low, don't they? I don't remember anymore. I used to know. The fuck just stabbed me in the toe? Who the fuck is Huge Pond Daddy? I swear someone's just been running around giving out our... That's you? Okay. I swear somebody's just been running around giving out our chat info to people, too. Somebody messaged me on the game the other day. It's like, I don't really watch Twitch. But do you guys have a Discord by chance? And I'm like, what? Who the fuck are you? Not that I'm mad about it or anything, just confused how it's happened. Oh, well, tell your brother I love him. I doubt it. They all share that one. It's really big. Oh, you're Caucasian. I thought you were someone else. You don't know these things. I mean, the squirrel does it all. Let's go stand right in Juju's spot and see if squirrel can... Where was that? Like, here? No. I went by it. No, that was it. Yeah, it was like right here. But we're probably top 5. There might be some big Chinese chats, actually. Everyone's convinced. That's the first one to hit when it wasn't paused. The Chinese R4 guys have all kinds of crazy spots they don't share with us. Yeah, there's Russian streamers. I was thinking Tornus, but he's not actually Russian. He just speaks Russian. He's one of those former Soviet Union countries, isn't he? God, where is he from? I know I would know it if I heard it, but I can't remember. Yeah, the M-Dog group is the one that like everyone uses too. Like a lot of the streamers should go on there. Does he stream on Twitch or just YouTube? I don't even know. I've seen his videos on YouTube. Latvian, yes. I don't actually remember that. I'm just gonna trust you. Way back in the day, I used to do shit with him when he was in a stream team with Cobaltna by them. Yeah, man, those guys that have done RF4 solely. Okay, so my spot was best. Uh, they're nuts. And like they have to be intelligent enough to recognize the potential growth on RF4 is just not there. Never will be. In the nicest way possible. Which is why it used to be so funny when people accuse me of view-botting this game. Because there's like no potential money there. Nothing to be made. Even if every active player in the game watched you, you would still have mediocre viewership. I think it has like a 2,000 player base or something on average. The sharp snouteds, give them to me. It's been so long since I found those fuckers out here. They just really love topwater. Yeah, Jake's like the only one I've really talked to from the actual RF4 community. Because he was the only one that was like appreciative of the fact that streamers that weren't RF4 mains were playing the game. Because while it may be bad for them during my short visits to RF4, in the long run, it's not. The amount of how many, I mean, I know at least a dozen of you, which, again, for this small community is a relevant number. At least a dozen of you, because I introduced you to RF4, started watching other RF4 streamers. But yeah, used to get a lot of fun hostility about it. Now I'm just a small streamer too, though. Maybe they're squirreled out and ready for mouse. I'm ready for mouse. I gotta go buy the smaller ones, dude. I just gotta. Anyone want to loan me a small mouse? It's fucking the bitch with this place is. I feel like you have to stay here for like an IRL week to pay for the $98 it costs to get here. Nano, thank you for the 61 months. That fucker has massive hooks on it. One's too small, but we're gonna run it. Christmas time, and everyone's expecting the new map soon. Jake said a month or so, I think. And he has no insider information. He was just taking an educated guess, but I'm holding it to him. And if it's not here when he's said it would be, I'll yell at him aggressively. I wonder if I should run it a little faster. They wanted a mouse, man. That was it. The ticket. They got squirreled out. You can only see so many squirrels swim across the river before you start to get suspicious. Fish got away. Oh yeah, I left rods on the other side of the river. Listen. Is that jingling over there? I couldn't hear him jingling because of the rain. Take no responsibility for my actions. Plus, look at these fucking mouse/squirrel catches. Okay, that one's bad. You don't have to look at that one. Is there anyone on Tunguska? We could make a trade. That's one lost fish for the statistics sheet. Good job, Richard. Wow. I don't see what it would affect. I don't know anything about y'all do a lot more research on the game than I do. I just fish. Eat my mouse. I imagine a lot of them have just worked remotely. It's not really a job you have to be there for. I doubt there was an RF4 office. It's funny I can't get him to hit the other big top water, but delete this fucking squirrel. Oh, it's standing in the wrong spot. No wonder my bite rate was down. Scared me. I want to see something eat it. Eat it. You fucking cowardly fish. Afraid of a rat? Is it a rat or a mouse? It looks like a mouse. We're going with mouse. Getting them. I don't know what those things are worth, but they gotta be worth more than chum salmon, right? Oh, oh, oh. What are you? This is gonna be a chum. Because it's we always hope when it's weighty that it's gonna be something cool like a big ass fucking coho or rainbow, but it's just always a chum. Surprise, it's a chum. Calm down there, pal. It's interesting they never hit it where it lands. What the fuck? I could have saw that one eat it. Are you actually on here? Or just wasting my time? Wasting my time. Where's Pond Daddy fishing? Corey? I miss Corey. Being in Corey's house. What's that one? It better not be a chum. I think it's a small dolly. What? I did a stint at Corey, but it was mostly bottom fishing and bait fishing and float. It was not everything but trolling, is what I'm getting at. Just because I hadn't really ever done it. I'm about to spend the 200 fucking silver and travel to goddamn Tunguska. Feel like a slightly smaller rat would change it up. Can't find fish on Corey today. Oof, yeah, that's tough. When I have days like that, I just switch to the old spinners and go for numbers over quality. I get bored too easy. That chestnut. Numbers over quality. Shut up. Not all of us are wordsmiths. I don't use the Hornet a ton, but I think it'd probably do fine. I love the Christmas spinners, man. I'm a huge fan. Christmas spinners and then spikers are my go-tos. I have Hornets, just don't use them a ton. I don't think it matters a ton, honestly. Like today out here, I threw literally every spinner, every ultralight spinner I had, and they all caught fish about equally well. The homemades are fine too. They're harder to get your hands on. Not everyone has a home. There's a stat for that. It's probably pushing 36,000 on Weaver. Last I checked, it was 35,000. I caught a lot of fish today. I felt like shit for a while. I'm finally feeling better. It's a lot of fucking fish. Yeah, sometimes I catch 100 in an hour. Depends on what you're fishing for, you know? I think my daily record is like 107. I just said it the other day. From 106. The real question is how many fish have I caught in real life? It's got to be quite a few. Oh, you did it at the presents? I did it catching bleak and smelt. I know it's a shame you don't get a stats page IRL. I have a hard enough time just keeping track of my PBs. My little brother tracks them all on his phone for us. Before that, my daily best for fishing, though, I think came from Corey and trolling spinners. We had a couple of Vendace tournaments there. The Vendace Ace. We like when they bite way out there. Those have tended to be the better fish. Is that another pinky? Or it's sharp snouted? Sharp snouted. Wish I could throw that fucker another 10 meters. I thought you were a shitty chum. I was horsing you in. You're actually maybe a decent sharp snouted, huh? We like these. I'm just reeling. The other one out there on Corey that surprisingly does well, randomly, I don't know, I haven't done a lot of Corey in a long time, is the spoons, man. I feel like people are afraid to troll the spoons. But I feel like all my good, unique species at Corey are off the spoons. Topwater did well once out there, too. Yeah, it's always changing. It's always moving, man. It can be fucking day to day some days. The love and hate it. Yeah, I loved to troll. I'd usually run a spinner in my primary. I'd run whatever wobbler was hot at the time, and then I'd run one spoon. And when I caught a fish, I'd stop my boat. I'd end my trolling and let that spoon fall down and take off again. And man, I used to slam them like that. Hi, Nick. Please don't bark. You might scare my rat. And he's doing real good catching fish. Xander Spoon's the fucking killer out here right now, it seems like. That's what I was using most of today when I wasn't ultralighting. I don't think I've ever caught a Xander with the Xander spoon. But I've now caught every salmon under the sun. Me too. I wish I could fish. Stupid weather. Won't get cold enough for ice. I know you're probably being sarcastic, but I don't care. Sometimes you just gotta make bad decisions in this game. And I think right now is one of those times. I mean, I technically could fish all year round. It's just tough on the equipment to have it out knowing snow's coming. Having the boat out is dangerous for the poor boat. Well, bears? Yeah, I saw them earlier, actually. I thought they got rid of the bears, but I saw them. I don't think they kill you anymore. I wish I was playing with a controller and force feedback. I've been trying and trying to get somebody to build me a force feedback fishing controller. I want to be fucking yanked into my monitor when a sturgeon takes the run. I think the Christmas stuff goes away today. I hope I don't need anything. I should probably buy some of that line. Yeah, I don't know that I need more options for fishing. I already fish for too much. It's expensive, man. I get why people focus on one thing. It's a lot easier. Oops. Rude. I'm doing it. I don't even care. I'm gonna go buy me. It's gonna cost me $150 just to make the travel. Whatever, dude. Just do it. It's Tunguska, right? Isn't that where you get the squirrels? Yeah. I need smaller ones. Gots to have them. I didn't really enjoy surf fishing or pier fishing that much. The only fishing I've really liked in saltwater was when we rented a house right in a bay and just fucking leaving set lines out was a ton of fun. I don't like people, so I didn't like the piers in the public areas. All right, let's waste some money. So, oh my god, there's 5 different shades of mouse color at $118 a piece. Yikes. There's a chipmunk too. That's like an hour of fishing, Emmy, for a chipmunk. I kind of want a white mouse, a small white mouse. He's so much lighter. He's so much smaller. The black was doing okay. I got the medium squirrel. God damn it, I'll buy the chipmunk too. I'm with you, he's cute. I got big black. I want small black. Why did I buy I bought medium because I didn't know and I thought they were funny. Kind of want brown though, small brown. Oh my god, I just spent like $500 on mice and squirrels that I'm only going to throw today and today only probably. Black or gray? I can't collect them all. I have a full. I want to buy a new rod. There's so many distractions in this game. It's so good, and bad and evil. Where's the tackle shop? Nah, fuck that. I don't need nothing. Let's go throw these bitches. How much do they weigh? From 22 grams up to 40 or something. No, you can't get them light enough for an ultralight. I think the smallest is 22 grams. I'm feeling this all white mouse. I mean, that's tasty looking. They did that really come with garbage hooks too? Yeah, it did, of course. Why do I have like no 1-aught hooks? These were huge. We've looked at it like 6 times. Those are too small. Those are too small. I like that I have bigger hooks on a smaller lure there and here. I got hooks. I'm fine. We're good. Oh, dude, I gotta try the chipmunk for sure. Weird. Oh no, the hook is way back here inside its tail. Okay. Probably don't need the red decorative hook in there, but it's a video game. It doesn't know where it's at. White squirrels go. I'm feeling brown too, man. These squirrels, they're gonna be power. About to fucking get rich quick. All squirrels, locked and loaded. I always put a fuzzy hook on the back, and only fuzzy hooks on the spoons. I never run regular hooks on sets of regular hooks. IRL, the only time I ever run feathered hooks is topwater. I don't ever run them underwater. Yeah, most spinners do. I don't ever throw spinners. I don't even own any anymore. Well, I guess I do, but they're in my box of tackle I'm never going to use again that I don't want to throw away because it's tackle. Why am I throwing those the wrong direction of the current? I don't know. Whatever. We're here to fish squirrels and chipmunks. Chipmunk first, Emmy? Emmy's feeling the chipmunk. I only bought it per Emmy's request. Get out there, chipmunk! You know what that chipmunk would catch really well? Dogs. Alright, chipmunk, 0 for 1. They're not throwing nearly as far. They're a lot lighter. I might have to switch rods. Oh! That's not what we're hoping for. I'm a little concerned about the lost cast distance. The other one was so much heavier. I should have went with the... Yeah. Well, chipmunk's pretty heavy. He should still be getting out there. Maybe it's the same. Chipmunk has the best looking tail. I had a frog that I was pointing at with my fishing pole bite on the end of my fishing pole. They can be little aggressive bastards. Eat it. Right here in front of us. Chipmunk's a loser, I think. Just a big L on the chipmunk. I think I'm in the wrong spot again. They're so much smaller and cuter. Yeah, this is it, isn't it? No, it was down there. Me too, Calistigro. That's not true. We all know this is a lie. You know what I didn't buy? A small-sized squirrel. I was big on the small-sized rats. Alright, Chipmunk. Last try. And then I'll try you again later. Wait, did I try brown mouse? I was so excited about brown mouse. Oh, Chipmunk! Ain't it's a good fish, Chipmunk. Way to be, bud. Redeemed, Emmy. Ship off the old monk. Hate it. And hate that I love it. Should get weekly records for caught with mouse. Chipmunk. Water body global record. Chipmunk. Little brown mouse, little fish. Is it a good little fish? Is that a grayling? A fucking grayling? Hell yeah. Another grayling. Mickeymose. Oh, I've fished with little topwater mice too, but they're nowhere near the size of these things. Or as hard-bodied and detailed as these things are. I guess this one's pretty small. I really have no idea how to. You're supposed to retrieve a fucking mouse in this game. I've just been guessing. No, Jake, but I did find success in mice and squirrels, and I'm just happy to be alive right now. You can't walk the dog. You don't even get the option to walk the dog with a squirrel. See? They really want you to work it back as if you were fishing with a squirrel. I guess. Chipmunk. Locked up. Is that another grayling? That's basically what I've been doing, but I don't think it has an actual technique. I don't think it gets any of the prompts anyway. I've noticed all of my hits have been on the pause, though, except one. I threw it as a joke before. It was literally the only reason I went live. It's because I was so happy that the squirrel caught 4 fish in a row. I'm not a big fly fisherman. Probably another technique I can't afford for like 85 years of playtime. I highly doubt they'll add any kind of entering the water in waders. It would be a lot of work. Look at fucking Hunter Call of the Fishing Wild. Everyone was like, why didn't you just use the water from Call of the Wild for the fishing game? And it's because they had to completely redesign the water with collision. Yeah. Juju and I talked about this earlier. I think so many players of this game have these crazy lofty ideas of what everything is going to be and like don't consider how significantly everything impacts all the other reservoirs. You really can't add a lot that changes the basic mechanics of the game without big ass reworks. Is it really better than medium rat though? That's the question I got to ask because I feel like medium rat and squirrel were producing better. And then maybe I just went and spent like $400 on squirrels and rats for no good reason. I don't know what you mean by bait fishing from a boat. Do you mean using the bait fish rig on a bottom rod from a boat? Yeah, and I don't think we'll ever see that either. Though I that one I don't think is as it's massively game changing, but in like an equal to everyone sort of way and affects all the lakes equally. I mean, I don't agree that it would destroy sturgeon fishing. It would make landing them more viable for I don't know. I don't think so because you already can't catch sturgeon that run certain directions. You already like in order to catch any trophy sturgeon, you have to get it trapped. It would open up more water for sturgeon fishing. Cause like those small bends and stuff we fish in Octuba, it's not just because they're the only spots that are hot. It's because they're the safe places to fucking fish for them. And like literally the only reason we catch any sturgeon is because we trap them. Big sturgeon. I don't know, my stomach and head are just fucking killing me. I'm feeling a little better now. And with boats, you'd still have that potential problem. It would limit it some though, because you could run out in front of the fish. You could race out in front of it and try to turn it around and try to run it back and forth. But like I said, we're already that's already how we catch them. So I don't know. I don't think that one would ruin sturgeon fishing. I think it would just open up more water to be available to sturgeon fish. Oh, rip Netzer. Thank you, Deceit. I need some sleep. 3 hours or so. Yeah, it's that balance of and you know today really made when we were talking really made me realize how big our fucking gear is, and I don't know why I didn't recognize it before, but like they really can't add size to rods and reels anymore. They're as big as they get. This is it. I think it's just the kilograms part that broke my brain a bit, thinking about size. But, like, as we were talking about earlier, even fucking bluefin tuna reels are barely stronger than the biggest reel that's in this game. Most shark fishing is done from surf. I would say like pure volume. Um, so they definitely can still add that. A whaling game. I entertain everyone else's thoughts without them asking ahead of time. What if you just let it float for a while? What is the retrieve even doing? They always hit it when it's sitting. Too damn sweaty for me. Got a lot of things for me, but yeah. Tiny fish. Itty bitty fish. Tiny grayling. Yeah. It's very weird to hear an American say sea. While technically you're right, if you're fishing in the Gulf of Mexico is actually a sea. Um, we just don't use that term here much. Yeah, it's the same thing we do from the beach. You just keep upgrading. You throw a cast net, catch some little garbage, throw that little garbage out on a hook, catch something slightly bigger, cut that up, throw it out on a hook. What the garbage? All right, black and gray mouse seems to be the king right now. Small fish aside, it's numbers game. It's winning. Every fish in the ocean is just so goddamn powerful, man. It's crazy. Some of the small 3-4 pound fish I caught still fought. Insane. Way bigger than anything freshwater. What are you? A tiny sharp snouted? Alright. Uh, I don't think GDQ would run it again, Deceit. If you don't remember, Isaac got ran at GDQ once that I know of, and it had a very, very, very poor showing. What is an ocean? No, it's a pike that lives in the ocean. They can live in brackish water. It's a pike that live in a pike. Pikeception. But yeah, I used to know Scout, and I don't know that he's involved anymore with GDQ. And I had talked to him about potentially running it again. Um, and because he knew Cobalt Knight pretty well, there was like the option at one point, but it had a really bad showing the only time I've ever seen it at GDQ. Just some super unfortunate RNG, which is then what everyone said and everyone bitching about trying to speedrun an RNG game, blah blah blah, as if fucking 11-hour Final Fantasy runs don't have RNG in them as well. If I remember correct, I didn't watch it closely, but if I remember correctly, he had like really bad hold R RNG into fuck it, I'm gonna try this start, died, hold R a bunch more. It was really bad. What should have been a 14-minute run ended up being far too long. I better start getting some actual keeper fish here, or I'm switching back to medium rat. Yeah, in general, you shouldn't eat big old carnivores. Land and sea. There's the reason we don't have many carnivore animals on farm. Yeah, the problem though, Deceit, was when they didn't. And that's just an option that can happen on stage live, right? And it did in its first showcase. Womp womp womp. Is that another player to the right? Yeah, that's my buddy. Wilson. What is this tiny thing? Yeah, because I even started on SGD or Speedruns Live, which had big affiliation with them back in the day. I don't know if they do anymore. But that's where I started streaming. Thought that was the bear. It's just a bush. Yeah, weird. This one, it really is acting like it wants the giant fucking mouse and squirrel. And I can't believe it. I would have totally thought the other way. Let's meet in the middle. Chipmunk. Ho! Yeah, the no SRL bullshit. Which they ended up banning me off the site for a minute over that. Because I wouldn't tag Isaac as SRL, as no SRL, even when I wasn't speedrunning, because it specifically said in their rules that practice counted. And I don't get how playing the game casually isn't practice. It was sort of like when I was talking about how some of the RF4 community got shitty with me when I started streaming this. It was the same deal there. People didn't like that a game that wasn't speedrunnable was in the top of the viewer list. Yeah, 10 years in August. 9 since I started on Speedruns Live. 9 years of partnership this month. Don't want a speedrun. I want a speedrunnable fishing game. Mouse any percent. Yeah, I'll take RF4 to GDQ. Speedrun to level 50. I'm gonna need a couple years. That's a shame twice in a row. You'll win. Yeah. I'll let you have it. You can have it, honestly. Speedrun marriage, I already did that. And I was quite successful at it. Swim free, little mousey. Ran past my spot, didn't I? I need to just go throw these fuckers everywhere and not catch any fish. Because that's what I do on Yama. I find a spot that works Oh. I've had this glitch before. Where is it? It doesn't exist. I'm reeling in nothing. But all my line is gone. I hate when my line on my spool gets a big seam in it. This is a bad reel to have this happen to, because there's a lot of line to reel in. Yeah, you're looking at my setup. See it? This reel, this rod, this invisible lure, and invisible line. That's what I get for dragging my little mouse in the water. I made it disappear. Alakazam! That didn't work. A favorite time with Cobalt? When he proposed to Rose. Yeah, automod. Because it didn't automod you for I fucked, but I believe it thought you were trying to say I fucked my parents. Because it does say I fucked my parent. Thissies. And automodded you over I fucked my parent. Which is pretty funny, honestly. Should have put stepdad. That would have been fine. Is that a sharp snouted over here too? No, it's a dolly. Which mouse am I using? Medium mouse. I'm going to keep having faith in Chipmunk. Even though it's had pretty bad results. Oh, get him, Chipmunk. Strike. What are you? I can't tell. Damn it, small fish. Cannot believe small fish are eating 10-centimeter chipmunks. I had to go and buy a variety of them. I should have just stuck with the ones I had. They were working fine, and it wouldn't have cost me that extra 400 silver I'm not making back. Sigh. I just need one to catch me a donkey and then I'll commit to it. A long enough timeline, I'll make that 400 silver. Not off these lures, definitely not. But I own them. I have a nice collection of rodents now. And that has value in your soul. I whip my mouse back and forth. Sometimes I spin my rod like that, IRL. Depends on if I'm being attacked by ninjas. Then I just start twirling the old drop shot around my head. Twap, twap, twap. It's an island. Because I'm an island boy. You know the rest. Get a little white rat. It's a tiny fish. Could be something dumb like an Asian smelt. Oh, it's a tiny ass grayling. It's just not Little Rat. It's not him, man. He was the only one that did decent. But a lot of them were small. You might be big enough to get me 10 bucks. 20 maybe even. This was literally just a random spot I stopped. I should explore. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe in the middle of the night when the bite is bad so you don't know what you're running into. Though it's not terrible. I wish this was a survival game so I could build myself a dock. Or give me a kayak. Big Black. I think he's the guy. He's the guy for the job. Don't let me down here, Big Black. I said you were the guy for the job. Be the guy, man. It's so funny how much fucking a little angle affects fishing here because of the current. Classic saying. Surprising amount of rodents are winners, though. You got like fucking Ralph, big winner. Whatever the rat's name in Ratatouille was. I mean, he got a fucking human robot. Who doesn't want that shit? You got Stuart, big winner. He got a whole family and shit. Toys, clothes, people that cared about him. Big winner. Fievel? Like, Fievel had some downs, dude, but you got to think about how many ups Fievel had, too. He went west. I mean, fuck. No one ever thought that mouse would make it west, but he went. Wyatt Burp was there. It was a whole thing. That rat from fucking Charlotte's Web. Remember how fat he got? Because he won so big, he got fucking ridiculously fat. He loved it. Don't remember his name either. Oh, Jerry was nothing but winning. It's funny because I was going to say he was always beating Tom, but I realized that's the wrong Jerry. Wait, Tom is right. I was going to say Ben. What did I say? I don't know. What I meant to say was I was thinking Ben like Ben and Jerry's, not Tom. Any other successful rodents we can think of? Oh, fuck, dude. You got the rescuers? They did all kinds of shit. He got all fucked up on some 3X in the swamp. Rode on an albatross. Forgot about the rescuers. Heads held high, touched the sky. Something Rescue Aid Society. Speedy? Is that the little Mexican rat in the sombrero? Yeah. I don't know if he was winning a lot. He had a nice hat, though. Alvin and the Chipmunks, they had a fucking thriving music career. And then you have fucking Chip and Dale, also rescuers. But they were also rangers. On top of being just rescuers, they ranged. Oh, yeah, Mickey, another rat. Minnie wasn't a winner because she ended up with fucking Mickey, but Mickey was a winner. Mickey won so hard, not only did he get to fuck Minnie, but he had a pet dog and a best friend that was a talking dog. I mean, come on. I already did Fievel. I don't know what Ricky the Rat is. Must be Norwegian. Oh, Mighty Mouse. There is a ridiculous amount of successful mice. It's absolutely absurd. Chuck E. Cheese, that's a loss. That's a big L, dude. There had to be one. Boo, boo, boo. Not a lot of successful squirrels, though, are there? Weirdly. A handful of chipmunks, a bunch of fucking mice. Sandy? She was a squirrel. She was kind of a fucking idiot, though, but she knew, like, good karate. That's a good coho for a rat. I don't think Conker goes on the win list. He was having a bad fur day. Jesus Christ. Do you think that's like what Apollo says when he's having a tough day? He's having a bad fur day? Is it up to a couple $100? I should sell mine. I bought one when the Australians came to visit for like $60 and thought that was outrageous. I love that game so much, and it was so fucking impossible to play 20 years later. You better sell that thing, Oxy. Oh, yeah, Ice Age Squirrel was a big loser. Ouch. We've done bad. Oh, Rocky and Bullwinkle. Not big winners, really. There's a few more squirrels than I originally thought. The squirrels are far cuter than mice. You'd think they'd dominate the rodent game. I don't know, he's like indestructible, Kake. Alice was watching some random Ice Age movie, I don't know, Ice Age 7 or something. Manny had a fucking daughter and all kinds of weird shit was going on. But the squirrel like dove into the ocean and his eyes popped out of his head and his fucking skeleton collapsed. It was fucked up. But he kept walking on the bottom of the ocean anyway. I didn't. That's an L on Pinky and the Brain. They never did what they set out to do. Yeah, he's just making up cartoony sounding names. Angry beavers? Beavers aren't rodents, are they? They are rodents? Who knew? Wait, big win. Big win right there. Just finding out beavers were rodents was a big win for them. They've got so many successful role models to look up to. Plus, people stopped killing them all the time to make hats. Another big win. I didn't know that, but it's a strong name. Is he a rodent? I should have just stayed at the spot where I was catching fish, but no, you had to go roam and hope for a better spot. Eat it. Stupid nighttime, too, so you can't trust any of the information you gather at night. I was catching decent fish down here earlier. They're definitely the more popular rodent. I don't know that makes them better. I've killed so many mice this year. It's disgusting. Had an exceptionally bad Mouse season. All they do is win. You know, the more I think about it, I've caught a lot of mice in traps. A lot of L's there. Come back to me, rodent. Success. Where was I throwing earlier? Up. Up. Yeah, it was over here. I think I have the world record largest possum living near my house. And I kind of want to catch it just to see if it's the world record. It's not like I'd get anything for it. But I swear to God, it has to be within like a couple of pounds of the world record's largest possum. You don't see roadkill mice? That's because they're tiny. And when you know how you see birds like pecking at a fucking dead squirrel on the side of the road, it's because they can't carry it off in one fell swoop. Mice get fame. I don't think there's much fame and glory that goes with dude who live trapped the world's largest possum. Might get it engraved in my tombstone though. No, I don't feed it or anything. It just wanders by my door a lot. I have an all glass store. It's just got like two little wood strips on either side. And when that possum walks by the door, you can't see its head and its ass at the same time. It is fucking big. $15.4? I googled and thought I saw 30.1 or something like that. This thing's guaranteed bigger than 15 pounds. See, the people care so little about the world's largest possum getting different answers. They already put in the squirrel nerf. Just in the time I walked from rodent nerf, in the time I walked from. Nah, it's the same. Did you know that the word phone is a thing? But the word is its definition is to explain the pronunciation of phone. You're a word that exists. Spell a word that's spelled the way the other word should be, that only exists to describe the poor spelling of the other word. Yeah, there's different possums. We don't all have the same possum. Because I think like the possum that's a problem in New Zealand isn't like our possum, I think. Yeah, it's just what the fuck? Brought my waders today. It's just not an important record, unfortunately. I mean, they're cute like a pug. Wait, I'm throwing this back there. I was throwing it and letting it flow past me. Maybe that's part of my problem, is it doesn't work as well going that way. Once I turned the corner, I should have tried throwing it the other way, eh? Aggressive. They're not aggressive at all. I once crashed my my sled into a mother possum full of babies. And there I am laying in this possum pile. And the mom just fucking played dead while the babies just ran around like idiots trying to figure out what the fuck they're supposed to be doing in this situation. No, see, raccoons are assholes. They're hella aggressive. I know where playing possum came from. I also once shot a possum with my bow because I thought my dog had killed it or had wounded it. And I was like, well, I'm going to put it out of my misery and shoot it with my bow. So I shot this possum with a bow. Went back out like 30 minutes later after I got my dog to fucking calm down and cleaned up. And the possum was gone. It had wandered off with my arrow in it. Piece of shit. Played dead so good, I believed it. Pet Badger or Wolverine. I've never seen a Wolverine, but I have dealt with Badgers, and they're meaner than shit. One of my real redneck friends had like 7 dogs and 43 cats, and a badger killed them all. Also, when I lived in Janesville, Wisconsin, a drunk badger made the news. Apparently they eat rotten fucking tubers and get drunk. I'm nowhere near where I thought I was in the river. That's funny. I was thrown at a spot I thought I'd been fishing and it wasn't even it. I don't know, maybe it was it. I don't know. No, maybe it was. I just guess I read the map wrong. I don't think I've ever fished down here. I think I always turn out at that other one and head back. There's a point down here? Who knew? Because coyotes just aren't that mean, man. Coyotes get such a bad rap. The only thing a coyote's gonna eat is some fucking kid. I think the only, like, confirmed coyote kill of a person is a child. And, like, I think they were, like, really young even. Or maybe it was a few kids. But either way, coyotes aren't that aggressive. Everyone, I mean, even fucking deer hunters still try to argue that they're killing all our deer and stuff like that, and it's just bullshit. Predators don't like to take fights they can't win, or that they're gonna get injured in, for that matter. And if they're doing it, they're fucking desperate, dying of starvation. Big ass predator misconceptions, I think, all over the place. That doesn't sound like a bad thing about coyotes. That sounds like a bad thing about dog owners. Isn't a lot of fish. Yeah, there was until I started wandering around looking for more fish. You know, this is where I was catching them earlier. This is the spot. I just got confused. We're so bad with animal mix names. I had a whole thing about this years ago. The fucking Pisley? We have some kind of weasel. They're starting to make a comeback, which is why the coyotes and stuff are getting bad. Or not bad, but they're getting more common again. Is because we have a lot more small animals that don't get trapped and hunted anymore. Rabbits, some kind of mink weasel thing. Chipmunk, squirrels, none of that shit gets hunted anymore. It was really, really cute watching a small coyote in the woods when I was hunting this year. The snow had laid down all the tall grass and made all these little huts, and the coyote was just sneaking around, pouncing on all those little snow huts, hoping a rabbit or something would run out of them. Oh, dude, the rabbits this year was the worst I've ever seen in my area. It was unreal. Which, coyote populations come up because food populations come up, and they'll balance back out. I said not from no hunting, but honestly, it's probably just more affected by just natural. We probably had the fucking good rabbit year. I can't wait till we domesticate foxes or coyotes. That'll be tight. They're so much prettier than dogs. Foxes are real squeaky and stinky, I hear. I think they do some serious musking, which is why they won't act. The domestication thing was a bit of a joke. They're pretty. I think there is a fox crossbreed that's getting popular. Huh. I swear I was catching decent fish over here earlier. Well, I can throw that about 7,000 feet further. It never really balances. Well, it's constantly balancing out, right? It always swings too far one way or the other. Used to, they still have bad musk. They didn't go away. You can fucking get them descented. You can make them have a fucking operation. Down, down, down. Everybody I know that's big into ferrets just is a little freak for ferret stink. Like Lethal Frag, he loves his ferret stink. I've never seen a rat like in the wild, just as pets. Yeah, I really didn't think. I can reach far enough there. Should have stayed where they were biting, Richard. You guys have muskrats? Interesting. I had pet rats when I was a kid. They were sweet. My mom stole them from the fucking drug testing place she worked at. She was supposed to inject them with some experimental drug, but she stuck them in her pocket and brought them home instead. She might have pocketed the drugs. I'm not sure. She didn't ever give us any of the drugs, just the rats. Rats are horrible pets, though, because they live like 2 years. I had a friend who got, like, super into rats. Spent stupid amount of money on all these rat apparatuses. And then all of his fucking rats died, like, 6 weeks apart, because, you know, they have a life expectancy of, like, 3. Yeah, beavers are coming back pretty big here, too. I'd never seen one growing up. Beavers and bald eagles, both. I'd never seen them growing up. Now they're everywhere. Same. I do believe the beaver one is definitely hunting related because they used to get run out of lakes immediately because they're so destructive, dude. But now people don't. The problem with fucking beavers is they really do like cartoony eat the little strip of wood around the tree. It's because apparently like that part of the wood is soft and the best for them, but like they just eat that part where they sit up on their ass and eat just there. They don't eat the whole tree. They don't use the whole tree. They just run around eating that part out of a bunch of fucking trees till they fall down. Pink Drink, thank you for the 104 months. Just destructive little assholes. And they're huge. Cannot believe how big they are. Caught a taimen here earlier. Not a taimen, a chinook. Down, 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 down. Yeah, that's basically what I said. There's that part of the tree that's best for them, and that's the only part of the fucking. It's not like people think they fucking cut them down to make their dams and shit. No, their dams and lodges are made out of sticks. They can actually fucking move. They cut those trees down just to eat that bit of the tree. I've also seen lost bird signs, and I think it's hilarious. I actually called one when I was a teenager because I thought for sure it was a joke, and it was just some sweet old lady, and I felt really bad. But they let beavers come back into my lake. They're on the other end of the lake, thankfully, but in like 2 years they've been back in this lake. I bet they've taken down like fucking 50 trees. Like, those are just the ones that are noticeable, that are like on piece property. Not counting the whole fucking forest they have to fucking destroy trees in. Thanks, Hannah. Groundhog's winning? Just fucking Punxsutawney Phil. He's the only one. There's no other winner. Are moles a rodent? They're big losers. Caddyshack was a gopher. Different animal. You want 150-gram perch? I had that, actually. I actually caught one here. So rare here. It gets a whole day. It deserves nothing. Grats, does he? I just happened to stumble upon the one fucking place this lure is working. That's hilarious to me. Maybe not. I did throw it all night, but I didn't catch shit. I should have stayed here all night. A mouse doesn't get a day? Days don't mean shit. Fucking Columbus gets a day. Jackalopes, unfortunately, are not real. Pretty heartbreaking to find out, I know. Absolutely. Another big myth here in Michigan, I don't know how much the Midwest has this myth, but the woolly brown caterpillar determining how bad winter's going to be based on the length of its black stripe. My mom got really mad at me when I sent her the actual science on what makes woolly brown caterpillars have a black stripe or not. And it has nothing to do with the weather, just simply their age. What is that fish? It's been so long since I've seen one of you. Why did I ever move? God, I remember when topwater was king here. Those were good days. I don't use a groundhog either. The only Groundhog's Day that I care about is the movie. And it has nothing to do with a groundhog. Actually, I mean, he stars in the film at times. And he has a big L to a train. That movie's actually so fucked up. And if you like read about it, Bill Murray repeats that fucking day. Like in the movie, they make it seem like a long time, but some people did some like crazy ass, nerd math to like determine how long it would have taken him to learn that song he plays on the piano to blah blah. And it's like fucking 17 years. He repeats that day over and over and over. And even the writer said like he had a lot more morbid ways he wanted him to kill himself throughout his groundhogging. What a great film. The worst summer will be. I like that you guys are afraid of the heat. We're afraid of winter. Blowing up snowman sounds pretty tight, though. Way cooler than watching a groundhog come out of his hole and get scared and run back in it. Worse is in rainy and cold. Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly, Spurp. Especially for how long he was actually repeating that fucking day. I'm still super upset by. I rewatched like all of uh, fucking Star Trek, and I'm still really upset by the episode where Picard lives an entire life, and like it's very rarely referenced throughout the rest of the series that Picard literally lived an entire life already, except with that stupid ass flute. But he had like a wife and shit. The whole life he lived. I don't remember what it was. If it was like an AI thing or like a VR thing he lived a life in or some sort of illusion. Fucking get a mouse. Do you know groundhogs can climb trees? An alien time capsule? Sure, dude. Whatever it was a fucked up episode that really made you just feel different about Picard. Especially because I watched the series like in a couple of months. So it's still just fresh on my mind. If you watch that series over the like 94 years it took to air, you might have forgotten about it yourself. But every episode, I'm just sitting there thinking, dude, I wonder if Picard's thinking about his fucking other life right now. But I saw a fucking groundhog climbing a tree when I was fishing and it blew my fucking mind. You remember your death? That was in some of the Star Wars books, I think, too, with the dude who built the Death Star. They kept, like, cloning him and making him remember his death, and he had, like, really fucked... They had, like, Vader killed him in really fucked up ways, and then made him remember it and would bring him back to life. And then he built another Death Star, and it blew up, and they did it again. Something along those lines. I think he may have been eaten by rats once, even. Another win for the rodents. They can climb a tree. And they look fucking goofy doing it because they're such big fat asses. Imagine how much cooler Star Wars would be if they, like, made movies with that kind of shit in it and not Jar Jar Binks. Andor sort of feels like they were headed in a like a cooler, darker direction, but I just don't give a fuck about the Andor storyline. Can I get a storyline that isn't fucking that I already know the end to? It's like watching 300. Who the fuck wanted to see that movie? I know how it ends. Do I ever watch a movie a second time? Rarely. There are like some exceptions, but same with video games, like role-playing games, I never play them again. I'll never play Mass Effect's one of my favorite series of all time, and I'll never play it again. I shouldn't say never, because what if I lose my memory or something? You do a lot of movies you like? Yeah, I can see it. I have a few, like, but it's less to watch the movie and more for like the warm memories of watching it. Sort of like me and music. I don't really like listen to a ton of music. And when I do, it's just some song that has like good memories or good feelings associated with it. But I do Skyrim like 600 times. Modded, that's how. I couldn't even tell you what happened in Skyrim. There was a story. People still boot it up. I have a bunch of my viewers on my friends list on Steam, and I still see someone boot up Skyrim like every single day. It's crazy to me. I mean, I'm playing fishing, so I'm not really one to judge.
pot kettle and all that, but yeah. I mean, I get that other people like other things than me, Juju. I just personally don't really like storylines where I know exactly where they're going and ending. I was supposed to go to this kids movie with Alice and her friend, and I got an escape route and got out of it. And when she came back, she tried to tell me what happened in the movie, and she said Puss in Boots was running out of lives, and I said, and and she said, and then he started to get scared. He was running out of lives, and I said, and the moral of the story was you can't be afraid to live your life. And she just sighed and walked away. I just can't watch that movie. That's not true. I would watch it. I'll watch fucking anything if it's put on in front of me. I'm just not thrilled about it. I'm not gonna go out of my way to see it. I can't watch anything. My Netflix can confirm. I've watched like all the TV, all the movies. I'm running out. I'll be the first person to complete Netflix. Yeah, and I was gonna say this earlier when the guy asked the question about watching movies. If a movie I enjoy is on TV or something, because I still have TV, um, and I'm like just flipping through channels, I might turn it on. You know, my ex-wife made me watch all the Harry Potter movies like every week. Uh, so sometimes I still just flip to those because whatever, it's background noise. Might distract my brain a little bit once in a while. Good morning, Frosty. That fucker hit hard. I like almost broke my shit hard. Up for your flight in an hour. Well, you're up early. Good job. You're going somewhere exciting? Like the moon? Space? Louisiana? Well, that was kind of the whole meme about Avatar making a sequel 20 years later anyway. Oh my god, that's not a chum. Hell yeah, that's money. Is that a dolly? Or is that a. Yeah, it's a dolly, isn't it? Come here. Come. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come here. Come here. Or is that a tiny Chinook? No, that's a big old dolly. That's money on the rat. What are those fucking trophy at? Hey, that one ate it moving. That's a U.S. record. Putting the rat on the board, baby. Rainbow? Those two fish paid for a rat. 7.5 for. Damn, I would have loved a trophy fucking dolly on a rat. The funny part is it's on the rat I already had. Went and bought all the other ones. Rat I already had. I've never seen anyone fish with a live rat. We do use fake mice. I truly do not believe fake frogs or fake fish imitate either. I think that the fish has no idea what it's eating. It thinks it's something living on the surface that it can swallow and has no fucking clue what it is. I've fished both frogs and rats. They have a very, very similar body shape, and I think that they catch the same fish identically. But just me. I don't think most bait imitates what people think it does. Like a fucking rubber worm. I think rarely a fish thinks that's a worm. Oh, I can squish 2 of these? I didn't realize I could squish them. That they weren't flags. Oh boy. That's exciting. Wait, it's this one. Yeah, it's just, can I swallow that? Yes or no. And then they eat it, right? That's fish. That's fish in a nutshell. I do think there is an argument for like matching the hatch, is a classic fishing saying. But I think most bait actually imitates small fish. Even rubber worms imitate small fish, knots, worms. Frogs and rats imitate a wounded fish because a wounded fish floats on the surface and flaps around and splashes around, right? So I think a lot of the times we're imitating fish. And I do think sometimes being the right color fish for your area helps. I have found, but it could just also be luck. Well, that fucker got eaten instantly. No, it's and that's same with this game. Like what I love so much about it, and I'm constantly bickering with Chad about is like it's pretty impossible to like truly prove a lot with fishing, you know? You go off. Well, that's disappointing. You go off what worked for you, and you don't necessarily know why, is more what I mean. I guess you can prove things in a certain different ways, but it's really hard to recreate an exact scenario in fishing because there's a lot going on. With weather, air pressure, sun, your cast, truly casting twice in the exact same spot and presenting a bait the exact same way. You're not going to do it. And the confidence thing. You get confident in techniques, in baits, in lures. You get confident in areas of fishing. I mean, that's why everyone's got their hot spots, right? Um, and really, I don't believe that most of that is even true. It's just you've had success in it, so you have confidence in it. So when you go fishing, you spend more time using the things you're confident in and less time using the things you're not. And so the stats are skewed. I say this to anyone who brings up catfishing to me every time. If your only success catfishing has been with fucking stinky, gross liver, just take one day for me and use other bait that isn't disgusting. Use some fucking cut bait. Use some fucking night crawlers. You don't have to stink your fucking family SUV up with rotten liver to catch catfish. They fucking eat everything. And we do it every time in the tournaments, man. We go out there and get beat, and the guy tells us what he used, and we go out and throw that fucking lure 6 times, and it doesn't work out for us in those 6 casts, and we go right back to what does work for us. However, I've had the opposite as well. Last year, for example, I got really big into drop shotting simply because I got a text from a guy. We were in a tournament, we are struggling. I got a text from a guy. He's like, go here, throw this. I went there, I threw that, caught the biggest bass of the day, won money off that alone. Um, and it gave me the confidence. Catching one fish alone is huge confidence boost in a lure, in a technique, in a spot. Funny part was my success was purely, I've learned now my success was purely luck. I wasn't actually even doing it right. I literally threw the fucking bait in the water and it ate it before it hit the bottom. I didn't move it, I didn't touch it, I didn't do anything. But for some reason, it was enough of a confidence boost and a big enough fish to get me to go, I want to fuck around with this more. I want to learn. And I spent most of last year learning it. And fucking Bad Juju came out here and we fished it, and we had a fucking hell of a day when he was here fishing it. Uh, and it's quickly become like my go-to technique when I'm struggling. And you know these techniques are good because you see it time and time again. Tournament. If you're an avid fisherman, you watch tournaments, you watch videos online. You know these techniques are good, and there are still so many lures that I know are excellent that I'm not good with, and I just don't throw them a lot. You don't need them all. Well, I guess you should have them all. Why not have all those tools if you wanted them? Yeah, talking about drop shot. We fucking smacked them that day, dude. Especially for these lakes around here. That was a hell of a day. It's hard without some access to open water, Frosty. Like I always want to try to talk more people into giving fishing a go again, but I recognize how difficult it is when you're stuck on shore. Not that you can't catch some good fish from there. It's just uh, you get a lot more pressure, and there's a lot of people, and your options for places to go are limited. And as the season ticks on, those spots get fished to hell. But even a cheapo Walmart kayak can be a ton of fun, and you can fucking about load it in the trunk of your car. 420 sockeye. Oh, you're in Florida? Yeah. I mean, Florida has the beach too. You can catch so many cool things and so many cool pier options. I was saying earlier, I'm not like a huge fan, but it was because I was spoiled with better technique or options. But like, you still get a much bigger supply of fish fishing saltwater than you do freshwater. Dude, kayaks are great. Exhausting as fuck. I can't believe the people bass fishing in kayak tournaments is super popular now. And I can't believe how far those motherfuckers go. Cause you put me in a kayak for about 30 minutes and I'm dead. What the fuck did I catch here? A sucker? Yeah, sweet. Love that little nice silver surprise. No, a coho. Would rather have the long nose, but my favorite part about the snakehead problem is it was amplified by people killing eels thinking they were snakehead. Some places don't allow that. I don't think there'd be many places in Florida that don't allow that. No, not that I saw when I went down. I did a fishing road trip all across, all from Michigan to Florida and back, and I didn't see many places that had no eat lose laws. I will say saltwater has a lot stricter rules. You have a lot of what's called slot limits. They have to be X long, but can't be too long, which can be a little complicated for someone like me who's just used to if it's over X, you can keep it. They also end their seasons early and stuff like that based on hurricanes. And the one year I was down there, there was a red algae bloom, so they ended the season early. But freshwater, I doubt you have like any freshwater. Maybe some private resorty stuff or community lake pond stuff. But any public water should be fine to eat. Yeah. There's an, a surplus of information available from because I looked through the fish and wildlife stuff for Florida when I was down there, because I was really confused about saltwater versus freshwater. Um, and there's a plethora of information, and they do a good job listing every lake. And up here, lakes that like have pollution problems are even listed at the lake when you're there. Like, do not eat our fish or eat a limited amount of our fish. Yeah, all the fish are listed with licenses though. When you buy them, you get a little handbook and everything. If you go to the store and buy one, you actually can get a physical handbook, or you can buy them online. I just bought my Florida fishing license, visitor license online, because I was only buying 2 days or something like that. Yeah, I'll tell you all your protected species, all your size limits, because we have size limits as well as keep limits. Like you can only, uh, like here, pike I think is 24 inches, and you can keep 2 a day or something like that, as an example. Or like bluegill have no size limit, but you can keep 50 a day. And bluegill's actually under the panfish category, so it's any variety of panfish. Thank God, because I can't tell you a fucking bluegill from a sunfish, from a red ear, from a. Oh, for sure, Frosty. The first time I went saltwater fishing was with a viewer on Air Force Base down there. I don't know what branch of military you're talking, but and they fished right there on the base and stuff and caught a bunch of really cool gar and shit. I don't know what the base was called, but near Destin, whatever base is near Destin. Up in the handle there. Yeah, those are all just rock bass to me. Yeah, they had a lot of guys fishing on base, according to my buddy that was there. And there's fucking bait shop on every corner in Florida, man. And those guys are pretty informative too, as are people. If you, like I said, if you go to any of the public piers, I don't know what part of Florida you're in, like the east side of the state has that really cool sky bridge. I think it's a bridge that got hit by a boat, and instead of like tearing it down or repairing it, they turned it into a public pier. So it's like really high and goes way out into the water. It's super cool. But those guys are all like really friendly. As long as you're not being an asshole, they are super helpful. East of Jacksonville. Okay. In super North Florida, yeah. Georgia's got some fucking stellar bass fishing, dude. And cat fishing. It's funny, the bite died out the same time last night in game two. Just these like 3 hours here. It's like my least favorite hours in real life too. Like 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. They're like the equivalent of fishing 11 a.m. to 2 or 3 p.m. during the day. And you can do a lot even in saltwater with cheap gear, man. Like people think immediately, as soon as you talk about saltwater, you immediately gotta fucking spend crazy bucks, but that's the one thing these fishing sims get wrong from the game aspect is like how important fancy high-end gear is. You can catch some big ass fucking fish on a $50 ugly stick combo. No, I've never been to that one. 30. What river is that a part of? Super expensive. Nah, dude. Like, it's like any other hobby. You can go as far as you want, you know? I have $300 reels on $200 rods. And yes, they are better. I think the $100 price point, though, is probably the best bang for your buck price point fishing. If you're spending much more than that, you better know why you're spending more than that and like really grasp what you're gaining from it. There's a lot of great $100 combos though. And even then, like the next step up, like 150, 200 bucks is a massive upgrade. The really crazy high end shit is just, I don't know, just never really worth it. If you're not doing it for a living, it's that fucking 0.1% gear that people buy anyway because they think they need it. They think it'll make them better. Places or brands I'd recommend? Uh, I don't know what tackle shop's gonna be big down there. Anywhere is fine. They all sell the same shit. And same goes with fishing brands. I avoid a lot of the fucking like eye catchy young blood brands like 13 and Guggen and these you'll know what I'm talking about if you go into a fucking tackle shop because their shit's all fucking lime green and hot rod colors and it's not necessarily that it's bad. It's just it's less proven and hasn't been around as long. There's a real big push now for this like millennial age bracket fishing that's very youth oriented. Guggen specifically, they do like all kinds of dumb Facebook reels and shit, and I don't know. I haven't had any luck with any of their brands for any of their stuff from their brand. But then like classic fishing brands like Daiwa is always a winner. Fucking Fluger, the Fluger President is probably the number one bought reel in America. It's like $50 to $75 depending on the size you buy, and I've seen guys win tens of thousands of dollars fishing tournaments with them. The stuff's garbage, dude. I hate Guggen. I will not buy their stuff anymore. I was like being friendly because I didn't need to go on a rant, but for actual Fisher Bros, fuck Guggen. It is a social media whirlwind for the fishing community, especially like I said with younger people, but I think all of their products are trash. 13's okay. I do have a couple 13 rods I like. But I think they're still trying to be more that trendy, younger fishing generation. Is there, is there a real difference in length? Yeah. Big differences in length of rod. It's going to mostly affect your ability to cast. I actually think this game is a really good teacher because it really breaks down fishing in like an unnecessarily complex way, but it makes you understand why everything exists the way it does, right? So rods have sensitivity, that's in the tip. Stiffness and action is going to be how it flexes, where it flexes is really interesting. And those things apply to Say I'm fishing like really thick, heavy weeds. I don't want some rod that every time I fucking bump into a weed or try to pull my lure out of weeds is just gonna fold over on me, right? Same goes, you're fishing a bigger fish. You don't want some rod that's just gonna immediately fold over on you. So stiffness and all that is a factor. Test, which is what we just call lure weight, is probably one that not enough people pay attention to and is so important. It says right on every single rod what weight lures it recommends you cast. If you go too light, that rod doesn't get the flex it needs to throw the lures you want to throw. Uh, you really want to find lures in that, and then that one is realistic to me. You can go over without breaking rods most of the time. Don't get crazy. But length is probably the most complex one, I think, because I'm 5'8", and while a dude who's 6'4" might be able to take a fucking 12-foot surf rod and throw that bitch 150 yards, I haven't been able to figure it out. I think that if I spent the time, figured it out, practiced, I could probably learn how. Um, I just haven't. So yeah, rod length is almost exclusively cast distance, except there's an argument for controlling the fish. Guys that fish rivers, like we have a lot of really small, narrow rivers up here that are only maybe 100 yards across, if that. Will run really long rods so that they can try to steer fish, direct them out of logs, out of laydowns, out of rocks. Again, not my type of fishing, not something I have a ton of experience in. Oh, 5'4", yeah. So like, you'd have to learn to. I don't think, I don't think a lot of average size 6'2" guys consider the fact that when I'm trying to swing a fucking 10-foot rod over my head, uh, it's a really awkward balance point for me. I end up fucking either throwing it straight up or straight down. Just can't ever seem to hit that arc right. And I think with practice I could get there. I've seen small guys that can do it. But like I bass fish, it's much smaller than ocean fishing, and I use 6 foot to 6'3" rods exclusively. So it's my comfort zone. It's where I can throw the lure the best. I also have a boat though, so if I feel like that's too far away, I just get closer. This game's interesting because it's European and they just fish very different than we do. They use a lot of long rods. They do a lot of shore fishing, a lot of long casting. They have some incredibly high dollar rods that exist specifically for throwing heavier weight long distance like carp fishing, because they're throwing a lot of chum and ground bait and stuff in the water. It's really interesting. This game made me go out and try a bunch of the European style stuff in America. It's been fun. Surf fishing, you would want that length to a degree because you are going to have to get out past that break. You're going to have to throw further. You'd have to learn. Um, but if you're just throwing off a pier or throwing in fresh water, stay around the 6 foot mark. It's really a comfortable length. Another weird misconception with rods is that they help us fight the fish. It's true, they help us fight the fish in the sense that the rod bends and gives and helps keep that fish from pulling the hooks out of its mouth. When that rod bends over, that you know gives that fish some slack, just like the reel letting out line with the drag. But it happens a lot faster and can really just react instantaneously to being pulled on, unlike a reel that's a mechanical mechanism and brakes and stuff and takes more time to react. But really, it's the opposite. When you have a big, long-ass fucking 10-foot rod, you're giving that fish a 10-foot lever to pull against you. If you watch a guy land a fucking a bluefin tuna, he's fishing with a 7-foot long broomstick. That thing is
is nothing like what I'm fishing with here that folds over under the weight of its bait. Um, and that's why kitty rods, people think it's these little tiny kitty rods are so the kid doesn't hurt themselves, so it's easier for them to handle. That's part of it. But the other part is so that kid doesn't get fucking yanked out of the goddamn boat. I've caught 30-pound catfish on my daughter's tiny little fucking kid rods that I first got her that are only. And like you hardly feel the fish is there. It would be easier to just pull a fish in by hand if it weren't for the fact that you'd lose a lot of fish because they throw a lot of hooks. But I remember growing up, always people always see a big rod, or I'd see a big rod and think, "Oh man, they must be fishing for monsters." Well, that's not necessarily the case. It's they want something out of that length of that rod, or they just really like feeling that fish fight more. And you do feel it more in those longer, flexible rods. They're really looking for joy out of it. Catfishing, but shut up on Weaver. Longer rod, but yeah, that's not necessarily the case at all. They do some frequently go hand in hand, but it also means you better strap in. You better be ready to fucking fight. You'll notice the longer rods have really long handle too, so you can bury that fucker in your leg or in your gut. A handle will come further up the rod, like this one here, way up the rod, so you get a second hand on there to lift that fucker up. Nah, you're good. I'm 130 pounds. I've caught some big ass fucking fish. You just work harder, like I said. But that's part of the fun too. Everyone wants that big fight. That long, big fight that's super cool. And they're rare. Unless you intentionally make it more challenging on yourself, which is why guys fish with tiny little things like this, ultralights, with a little tiny 1,000 reel and a super flexible short rod. The short isn't necessarily true on this. It's short compared to my giant 8-footer for throwing really far, but I bet this fucker is still, yeah, it's still over 6 feet long. This is about my bass rod. Yeah, it's still 2.1 meters. The perception in this game is wonky because these are like, I think 6-meter rods or something silly. 4-meter rods. Yeah, I've never fished with a rod that long. But I've also never caught a 30-kilogram fish. Or had to cast 150 meters. Fuck, some of those beach guys have little boats, little RV or RC boats. They drive their fucking bait out into the water and then have it open a hatch and drop their bait in. They have them for chum too, for dropping in fish food. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It gets extreme as you want it to. And technology, dude. I've got a fucking $3,000 ice fishing box over there that I can't wait to use. Yeah, my buddy loves fishing with a drone. He's probably lost like 25 of them at this point. He drags little topwater poppers behind his drone, and big bass fucking yank it down out of the sky. He catches a lot, but he loses a drone annually, at least.
He just uses little ones, not like those giant delivery drones. He would swim it out, Dickin? Wow. There used to be one of my viewers, I don't remember who would they were big Texas Gulf shark fishermen, and they would kayak out at night like a half mile to fucking drop bait in the water for shark fishing at night in a kayak. No way. Check me out of that one. I love fishing, but I don't love it that much. Drones are not allowed in fishing tournaments. A 7-8 foot hammerhead, yeah. Could it be an Airbud scenario? They are. It must be caught with rod and reel. I think they're technically just illegal too. For the sake of not having to write 9 million little laws like are drones legal for fishing, I'm pretty sure the law is just straight up fish can only be taken X ways, which is rod and reel, spear, bow, or in some very rare scenarios in my state, net. But you know, that way they didn't have to write in a specific dynamite is illegal, guns are illegal, electrocution is illegal. They just wrote in the methods that are legal. The one that I think most people are surprised by that don't really fish is live bait is against the rules in bass fishing tournaments. You can't use a worm. You can't use a minnow. You can't use a mouse. Bow fishing's legal for quite a few species, actually. I believe it's carp. I'm not a bow fisherman, so I could be off by a little bit here, but I know carp. I believe it's pike, bowfin, and catfish as well. Live bait is illegal in Switzerland, period. Interesting. Makes sense. We have a lot of problems caused by people dumping their live bait. Oh yeah, they can shoot gar too. I like the idea of bow fishing, but I hate the concept of just murder. I don't want to deal with every fish I murder. You know, and they like fishing, you can just let them go. Bow fishing, you killed it. And now you got to do something with it. And a lot of those species I just named are no good for nothing. Most of the bow fishermen I know that do it regularly give their carp to pig farmers, and they turn it into pig food. Yeah, I like eating fish too. It's just those species aren't my go-to eaters, and I couldn't eat as many as I could shoot. You know. Type of arrows are used? It's pretty much a standard arrow, but it has a string connected to the back, and sort of like a broadhead. It opens up
kind of like into the ones I've seen into like a V. I think there are some Y ones too to hold the fish on when it goes through the other side. Gar, depending on the species of gar, can be pretty tough to catch too because their fucking mouth is so bony that it's hard to get a hook to set in them. I know some guys when I was up at the river when the gar were in there really thick, they were fishing with rope plugs that had no hook on it at all. It was just a piece of red rope, and the teeth would just get tangled in the rope and they'd reel it in. A 350-pound air, was that in what's that game called? You know, with the little kids and the villagers and the animal people? You know the one. No, not South America. Animal Crossing, yeah. I'm guessing he caught it in Animal Crossing. Nah, he's mostly just been trolling, so. Damn chums, go away. Have a good one, Frosty. Safe trip. It was a real catch. Not trolling on this one. Well, that's sweet though. That's like a bucket list fish for a lot of avid fishermen for sure. Probably didn't even take you 3 hours to catch it. I should have opened a drink like an hour ago. Now I'm super thirsty and my kid gets up in 30 minutes to go to school. What's this one? It's got some weight to it. Just a dumb chum. No? Is that another decent dolly? I can't tell. That is another good dolly. Paying the bills now. It is very cool looking, isn't it? We have those in Alaska, I'm pretty sure. There's quite a few species in this map specifically that are shared with Alaska. You know, that whole Russia, Alaska not being that far apart thing. I have very little experience with trout and salmonoids. I would like to learn more because they're delicious. I actually haven't eaten trout that I know of, but I assume they're delicious. But they're just a regular whitefish, not special like salmonoids. I hear lake trout is crazy fatty. Like, dangerously fatty.
Trout is a pink meat like salmon? Really? Even like small trout, like brookies and stuff like that? Steelhead charter? I got a bunch of friends that, or like acquaintances that steelhead fish. I should go out with them sometime. The problem with steelhead and salmon's not as bad. But the big problem with salmon or steelhead is the time of year they usually are doing it is like just not very friendly for being outdoors. And they can taste like dirt. Yeah, we have quite a few brookies around us. I just never go after them. They're not very big here. We apparently have some decent sized brown trout, but I'd never seen one when I was growing up. That's a white spotted, isn't it? I forgot about this fish. There's so many fish out here. It's my favorite type of fishing in this game when it's just random stuff. I don't want to focus on one. Just want to catch a whole nice variety. Be surprised by every catch. Hard, soft, or wet? I would go with like a chunky. Not quite like pissing out my ass, but like, you know, chunky soup. I just really need to go to bed. But I got fucking 30 minutes. No, I got an hour till I put my kid on the bus and can go to bed. Sputtering. Yes, just. Yeah, I think the steelhead started here already. And starts getting good in January here. Though it hasn't been cold, so I don't know. Maybe it's a little off this year. The lake temps were 38 when we were out the other day. I want to. I need to watch a time lapse of how ice forms on a lake. Because I feel like I don't get it. Just wish it was a little more consistent. You both going at the same time there? A little school of charloach or whatever they're called came through? Yeah, they charge quite a bit for those charters, especially if you don't have a whole group. They're usually way cheaper if you have a whole group of people. If you can fill the boat. Because they don't care. They're taking the boat out. Yeah, that's steep, dude. It doesn't seem like that shit's very regulated either. I'm surprised by that. We have a ton of like, this dude does charters on the internet here. Hanar, they were the 89 months. for a chance. It should be pretty likely. I even see them over here where it's like guaranteed a fish or your money back. Or part of your money back, I think it is. It's like minus fuel or whatever. We have a pretty good steelhead run. It's been a few casts in a row game. Yeah, they get some meat on them. Alice ate some of my tuna fish sandwich tonight. I was super surprised. I love shitty canned tuna fish, chat. I can just eat it right out of the can and be happy. Not even mad about it. What about sushi? I haven't had that many sushis. I do get fucked up by texture of things. Andy Milanakis fed me some weird like sea urchin sushi. And it tasted okay, but it was like a mouthful of textures I didn't want in there. It's an acquired taste. That's what everyone told me after I was like, they were like, what sushi do you have? I was like, I think so sea urchin something something. And they're like, oof, yeah, that's a big first step into the sushi world. I liked the flavor. I really did. I thought it was a good taste. It was just a very uncomfortable mouthfeel. It took me years to get into shrimp for the same reason. The rubbery, shrimpy. I love the taste of them, but just after like 2 or 3 of them, I was like, ugh. No, I love shrimp. Eat them all the time. Well, not true. I can't afford to eat them all the time. If I could, I would. Seeing quite a few whitefish getting caught. Might have to get some bait together. Oh shit, I didn't turn my reel speed back down. Weirdly, lobster's the one I don't really care for. I'll eat it if it's free, but I would never buy one because I just don't think it's that good. It seems naturally attracted to bathrooms. That's oddly specific for a dumb lizard. How many wild lizards have you seen there, Lackert? Are they everywhere? I haven't spent a lot of time in that area of Florida. Yeah, that's why I thought you were too far north. I remember when I was a kid, I caught a ton of the skinks, I think they are, right? Is that what they are? Anyway, caught a ton of them. Took them home. They had babies. It was a whole mess. I had way more lizards than I had for my aquarium space. I know I shouldn't have done all that. I was a kid. Please forgive me. The only kind that give live birth. I'm pretty sure these laid eggs. Maybe they weren't skinks then? I don't know. I thought these laid eggs, but I was like fucking 8 or something. I'm American. You're too fat, but you're awful cute. Yeah, lacquer. That's and then like other weather situations like hurricanes and shit like that. I was the same thing with the lionfish. They were all worried about the lionfish, and then like, there's no predator for the lionfish. They're gonna get out of control. And then it turns out the biggest predator for the lionfish was hurricanes, because it fucking changes the water temperature to extreme for them, and they die in mass. The only bad infestation one in Florida is pythons, isn't it, Lackert? Like that one's truly taken hold. Gonna become a fucking naturalized species. Oh, really? They failed this. That's interesting. Is that a sensitivity issue or no, a temperature issue, or is it just specifically environmental? They really need whatever the Everglades has to offer them. Yeah, it's the fucking. I don't know if it's true or not, but whatever lizard I captured and took home with me, the my aunt, she's like 90 something now, and even then she was like 90 something. She said they were like new to her. Like the lizard that used to be there was the chameleon or something else. I don't know, some fucking lizard. And those little fuckers that are everywhere weren't that common. But she may have been wrong. From Yemen. Ah. She was an old lady. They are fucking everywhere down there, dude. They're like flies. Old ladies, those two. I don't know the environmental side effects of snakehead that they're worried about yet, or off the top of my head, so I'm not sure. I know that they have grasped a serious foothold and aren't going anywhere. We're not getting rid of them. The big concern in the bodies of water is Asian carp, and even those are doing better than we expected in big bodies of water, but obviously still a big impact with the fact that they're plankton eaters. I thought the whole fucking East Coast had them, yeah. They're all a concern. Like, all invasive species are concerned. The problem is, like, we have had, I mean, I don't know this to be true, but it seems like we have had, in my lifetime, zero success stopping any of them. They either get stopped by nature, like Lackert's talking about, or they just become a part of the ecosystem. The Asian carp bad? They're horrible because they eat phytoplankton. So they eat the smallest thing in the food chain, and they're too big to become a part of the food chain. And they breed like wildfire. So yeah, they're really bad. Big fish have big babies, and more babies, I should say. Um, and yeah. Snakehead, I don't know what the destructive quality they're worried about. If it's just the fact that it's another non-native predator, I mean, that's obviously an issue too, but the thing with the Asian carp is they've literally killed entire bodies of water. Because when you eliminate the smallest food source, you eliminate all the other fish. Yeah, they eat a ton. They're little freshwater whales. Plus, they're a fucking boating hazard because they're constantly jumping out of the fucking water. They're fucking hogs of the water, honestly. If you want to compare them to something, compare them to fucking feral hogs. It doesn't matter how many we kill, how much we tell people to shoot them, kill them, hunt them. You're allowed to snag them, net them, shoot them. Any way you want to kill an Asian carp, feel free. Same goes with boars, man. You can shoot them out of a fucking helicopter. You can catch them in cages, stab them with spears. Nobody gives a fuck how you kill a boar. Which, by the way, with other fishing and hunting, there's very strict rules. You ain't doing any of that. Um, it still isn't changing anything. Yeah, I figure natural predator issues. You know, they eat fish. The crazy part with snakehead, for those that don't know, is they can fucking survive on land. So, like, they'll literally crawl out of a lake and go to another one. Which is why they're such an invasive fish, because they're massively resilient. They can survive, like, everything. Things just breed too fast. There's too much unoccupied land where people aren't paying attention. And, like, hunters in Texas, like, I mean, they have gone nuts for hog hunting because it affects, again, same deal. So it's like the fishing, it affects all ecosystems, affects all the animals they care more about. Farmland, all that shit, right? They really are a danger to people, but they still can't kill them fast enough. They've even had places they put bounties on them and everything. but pigs can start breeding at like 7 months old, and they can have like 12 babies at once. And they'll have multiple litters a year. They are a true pest. I say this all the time, but I think it's important people know it. Not just the feral hogs meme. Oh, I should do an all first. So 150, not great. Not great at all. It was fun though. I was hoping I'd see another chum order, so I've been hanging on to some. Oh, the Lennox aren't as good money as I thought. They've got to be... Oh, I already sold ones too, huh? Nice Ladoga. What am I at, money-wise? 7 grand even. I think I need 8. How about it? Christmas music. That's apparently Christmas music. Alright, chat. My daughter's gonna wake up in 2 minutes. So I'm gonna get out of here. Take her to the bus and go to fucking bed. Sorry for the shortened stream of just fishing, but I really do not feel well tonight. Hopefully tomorrow I'll feel better. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might check out new TFT update. I might check out Soulstone Survivor or whatever it's called. I don't know, something. Thank you all for everything you do for me. Glistening Men Simulator? Might do that. I still gotta sneak in more fishing. I gotta get my 1 fishing rod, and that I will be disappointed that I only have 1 of and not 3, and it won't really make an impact. But, you know, that's 1 down, 2 to go. Feel better? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will go to sleep, and hopefully that'll solve all my woes. Good night, chat.